Alright, okay, something new for today, bringing you massive value as I would say in every way, as I would tell you. Getting into what I gotta do, staying true, keeping my vision on this mission as I pursue what I do. And you know it's all coming through, all coming true. Working on the marketing dashboard. Added an awesome feature yesterday, adding something new too today. And Claude was pushing me back a lot, so did some research and figured out a way to make it work. So now I gotta be firmer with Claude and tell Claude that I run AI. AI doesn't run I. I manage Claude. Claude doesn't manage me. Claude is my assistant. Claude is my helper. Claude is not my boss. AI is a very good tool, but sometimes you just gotta learn from it. You gotta learn how to take control. Gotta learn as I go. And okay, so getting right into it. Making sure the stream is good first. Give thanks for health and strength and life every time. Search and I find the keys, whether it's in an ENV or it's on my chain. Store a lot of information in my brain, but now that AI is coming around, I'm looking to start up Obsidian soon, and that will take my mental capacities to the moon. All right, everything's looking right. Everything's looking good as it should. Oh, hey Jake, how's it going? Big up yourself every time, massive respect. It has been going, it has been flowing, it has been getting better every day, learning a lot. How about you? What have you been into? What have you been making? How's everything progressing? And good to have you here. Good to have you here every time. No doubt. Good to see that you're staying working and that you're making it back to your project. It sounds like, if I had to guess, the project is more your passion. The work is just to pay the bills. And balancing, that's just life, the balancing act. But yeah, just stick with it. The better it gets. Make your passion the main thing. And then, that's the goal, or whatever your goal is. I wish you success to that and abundance. Stay positive, no doubt, 100%. Every time. It's all about how you control your mind with subconscious. So what's the, I can't remember, what was your main project that you've been working on for the coding? And what is the, I guess the main pain point that it would be solving? Alright, so what I want to do today, I was trying to get Claude to help me do scans for my marketing dashboard, like scan across the internet to find not only content that would align with my target market for data for the dashboard, but also to find conversations that it would make sense for me to engage in. And before, Claude was telling me you got to get the actual Reddit API and the X API and all these different APIs. Well, I tried, it was like really difficult. What I found after some research was these different API providers, especially Reddit and X, have made it more difficult. Since AIs came along, they don't want, well, I don't know why they're doing it. This is just kind of like, I've read a few things, so I shouldn't like speculate, but basically, Claude was trying to be too safe and telling me like, no, you shouldn't like scrape the internet. And I went and did some research on some different APIs, and I just set up this EXA. So I did all that off stream, like the API keys and stuff and the setup. So now I'm going to tell Claude to help me set it up to scan the right things and get it in the marketing dashboard, and maybe set up some cron jobs so that it does automatic scans. But we'll just start at the beginning and go from there. So you're making a news aggregator for the command line that focuses on your favorite sites. Oh, this is Jake in the chat. That's awesome. I was also, I was thinking about doing something like that just for my own personal use, like for research. Say for like one for investing. What are all the like, new investing like trends and stuff like that. Another one for maybe like AI in regards to like vibe coding and features coming out. So that's really awesome. If you did something like that, that would I could definitely see myself using something like that. I would say that's a very good idea. So yeah, stick with it. Been a lot of different things, but you think you like that one the best. It uses AI to review article titles for labels, filtering the stuff that isn't very relevant. It's not very complicated, but you like it. It's plain. Google search has become messy and it's not easy to return back to. Yes, I agree 100% with everything you're saying. It's like, it's simple, but like it sounds like what you're doing is like what I was thinking about was like just setting it up for like an individual topic. But it sounds like what you're doing is like basically for the whole internet, so anybody could like type in a topic and then they can just get the search and it'll filter out things that are, maybe like redundant, repetitive, and just find like the best quality stuff. And you probably just have to tune that over time to make sure it's working good. And that is awesome. I should actually I'm going to see if I can build like a simple feature of that into my marketing dashboard that scans all the maybe like one for like competitors, see what they're doing, and another news one just for like new features that are coming out in regards to like fintech and AI, stuff like that. So yeah, that is awesome. I'm building this marketing dashboard right now. I'll show you the oh, I gotta switch that up. Okay. Show you what I'm doing. So right now, I've got conversations that I'm personally in with my market that I can put in and capture. I've got conversations that are like older, that are already done, that are my target market. I put in observations. The capture one's coming along slow. Most people don't respond. The sourcing is the thing I already tried to set up, and Reddit's API is just not working that well. But I'm going to change this right now just so it's universal. Product ideas I just did yesterday. This is awesome. This basically takes all the information I'm collecting through the observations and the capture, and it finds patterns and then gives me new ideas for like features or making features better that I already have in the actual like app that this is marketing for. So basically, I can take this, create a new feature that aligns with my target market, then I can market that new feature, then get more information from that marketing of that new feature, and then it's like a loop. So, you know, it's just going to get better over time too. But I was really surprised. Like, I had kind of a basic idea of what it was going to do, and it really outperformed what I thought was possible. And I see a lot of potential to make it better over time too. So just building out, you know, the personal brand marketing dashboard I did was more of like I kind of built the whole thing at one time, but I've also been like creating personal brand content for years off and on. So there was already that content there, where this is something, it's like a new app, a new business. So there's not already that context of information. So I'm kind of building it out one step at a time, and then like building the database of information for each step, and then using that to help me make the next step. Definitely, this loop stuff is really just blowing my mind of what's possible, and the way that I can see that it can kind of like learn from itself to make itself better is really like the next step I want to understand better to implement into it. Yes, I got so many ideas, and I'm hoping, I think I'm on like day 65, 66, something like that right now. I'm hoping I can get this whole system set up by day 100. And then, you know, it'll take just kind of like maintenance. I won't have to be setting it up anymore. And then I can start working in the next niche that I want to build an app for. And, you know, each time is going to be much easier to set it up. It'll be, you know, basically like I feel like 80% of these systems are the same, and the other 20% is just like customizing it for like the specific app. So yeah, the future is here and is moving quick. I'm trying to get ahead, but I don't think that's possible. Like, I feel like I'm always like kind of like a few steps behind, but you know, I'm working hard, and I feel like, you know, it's already paying off, and I have a really strong feeling that when I look back in the future, that all the extra hard work I did right now, which I guess really isn't even that hard because I like doing it and it's super interesting to me. So I know it's going to pay off. Definitely. 100%. 10 out of 10 out of 10 out of 10. Okay, so now I'm going to work with Claude to dial in this new feature. Alright, so it's a new day. Just started the stream, and I've still been having a lot of trouble getting that API from Reddit for the sourcing part of the marketing dashboard. So I did some research, and I found out this, it's called Exa. And I went and I got an API key for it, and I installed it into the marketing dashboard. So right now the dashboard for sourcing has like the Reddit scanner that just hasn't been giving me the API. So I want to switch that up so it's through Exa. And Exa can just like search the entire internet. So I want to have you help me basically tune it to like find what I'm looking for. And I think like we could start with Reddit and then move on from there. Probably X would be next because I've already got X post. So let me know what you think, and any kind of like suggestions for how to get started. There really are so many markets, and it does take a long time for solutions to get all the different markets. We are really like the trendsetters right now, I believe. This is so new. I mean, you know, it's been around. People have been using AI to code for a couple years now, but like, I feel like within the past like 6 months, it's really reached like a level that wasn't available before, and I think there's a window of at least like another year or two before everything really starts to get saturated. So we can be the trendsetters, we can be, you know, the originators, and we just have to brand ourselves as that and do the correct marketing and branding, and we'll be the first and people will see that. So it's awesome that you're in this community and we're all helping each other, we're all learning from each other, and you know, it's abundance. Like, there's enough for everybody, we can all win. I really enjoy, I'm super grateful that we're all a part of this and that we can take this in a positive direction and really help people find their unique angles that they can provide value in ways that other people can't, and take this information and learn how to apply it to that so that they can reach masses of people and provide value to, like, just basically uplift people all over the world in ways that nobody else can. So that's the master plan. How's it going? INDFF, good to see you again. Respect every time. And yeah, the agentic stuff was like gas to a fire, no doubt. It's all blowing up. It's all getting bigger. The heat is building. Got to generate that heat. Got to keep everything moving and flowing. It's like calling it like the head cornerstone. The stone the builder refused will always be the head cornerstone, and we're setting up that head cornerstone right now. So, you know, all of us had these ideas we weren't able to implement until this came along, and that's where it's going. And I want to get better at this agentic stuff too. I'm slowly learning. For the most part, like what I'm doing right now, especially with this marketing dashboard stuff, I'm just keeping it simple and still learning, but I can tell I'm starting to get to the point where I'm going to be working with like skill trees and multiple agents running at the same time. But for now, I'm just doing it like step by step. There's not really, I don't see anything like that that's that big to build. But as I go, I know people in the audience understand that better than me, so they're helping me with that kind of stuff. That is awesome. Thank you for sending the screenshot. I had to clean up the Discord when I first got started. I didn't understand, like, you don't want to have like links in there, and people were posting some shady links. I had no idea. I had to like learn security. Once I learned security, people were like trying crazy stuff in the Discord, and I got rid of all that. I set up parameters so they can't post the links. So screenshots is the way to go. And I'm just telling people, like, you know, you can't post links. You know, if it's on Google, just give a screenshot, give the name of your project. People can look it up on Google. So, you know, doing a cleanup, getting rid of the old and bringing in the new, making things better every day as I go. And hello, Grace, Cox. What is up to you? It looks like you're someone new, so respect, big up yourself every time. Good to see you, and welcome to the community. It's all unity and abundance and positivity, and we're just helping each other out get to the next level. We all got, you know, different skill sets, so that's where we all come together. If you specifically have questions about marketing or business, that's where my strong points are. So let me know where your background is, where your expertise is, stuff like that. And any questions, comments is always awesome. So I'm going to check that Discord real quick. Check out that screenshot. Oh, that's awesome. You got like Bloomberg, Reuters, CNBC. Oh, so these are all the different sources that you're getting the data from. This is awesome. And that even gives me another idea for my actual investing app, to where I can get use this, something like this, for like a market news and market sentiment. So that is awesome. I'm gonna take that note down right now, actually. All right, so let's augment. I guess you're right. We shouldn't replace the Reddit sourcing, but just add this to the sourcing. And basically, the actual sourcing problem I'm trying to solve. So you got it pretty good. Basically, what I wanted to do with Reddit, I can go through X, and basically anywhere that my target market kind of hangs out. And, you know, I'm thinking we'll start it with something basic, with looking for, like, you know, the basic stuff we would look for, basically. And then we can tune it from there to make it better. And I was also thinking in the future to do it something like so it gets updates on like what other people in the niche are doing. Maybe even like news, like kind of like you can search the internet for new features, stuff like that that's coming out on similar projects in the same niche. But for right now, I'm thinking we'd probably want to do it one step at a time and start with Reddit and see if it can find, you know, the best new conversations for capture that I can take part in the conversation, and also new conversations for observations that it could like specifically find conversations that would give me the new angles that I'm looking for. Because, you know, it's already kind of like repeating the same patterns with like certain conversations, and then there's like there's like areas that I haven't got data on yet, so we can tune it for that. And then like once we find all that data, then we can tune it for the next thing. And you're asking how I installed it into the dashboard. And I did the API key. I believe I installed the SDK package, but I don't think I wrote any code that uses the API yet. And if you want, you could just, give me a prompt for Claude, and it could, return all the information that you would need. And like I said, let's not delete, but let's not delete the Reddit specific scanner, but we'll just add something on it. So if the Reddit API comes through, then maybe that's better for that specific thing. But for now, this can just be kind of the general scanner. Definitely, looking at the comments, I see a ton of value in that project you're working on. So I would imagine a lot of other people will see it too. So I mean, like, when I kind of envision what you're talking about on a bigger scale, like, this could basically be like, like a new Google search. Like, people would maybe use this just like they could use a Google. And they could set up alerts, get an account so their email alerts them, stuff like that. And I mean, this could be something that is like, millions, if not billions of people all over the world would use. Like, even honestly, I mean, in some ways, I think this might be better than Google. So I'm giving a prompt to Claude. It's basically gonna make sure everything's set up right with this EXA. Check to see what was already set up with the Reddit sourcing feature. And just looking at the comments, your final sin, pick up yourself, respect every time. Thank you. Give thanks for respect on the hustle. Every day I'm hustling. So it would be nice if I would track how much I earned over the course of this series. So I haven't earned anything yet. The only thing I've earned was like I just launched my first paid app last week, and I myself just bought like a paid tier subscription for a month, just mainly to see that, you know, everything was working right with Stripe. But like I didn't even need to. Like I have like a admin dashboard that I can access the stuff, but I'm at 0. And you know, that's like every business I've ever started, it's taken me, I think, a minimum of 6 months before I start generating income. And I mean, respect to all the people that are out here doing the challenges, and you know, they're on day 10 and they're already, you know, making over $100 and they're already making income. Not sure how they're doing that. You know, it is possible. But I think more realistically, if you're going to be starting a business, I wouldn't expect to be bringing in income that soon. So as soon as I make that first dollar, I will be reporting it, and I'll be putting it right in the title. But for now, I'm at 0. From 0 to hero. From 0 to adding zeros to the bank account. Alright, so giving it this prompt to get started. I think I'm going to go into plan mode for this one. Gonna bring this down. There we go. And what I've seen too with business is like most times for earning, it's like they call it like a hockey stick chart. So it kind of starts and it's like you barely see any growth for a long time, and then it starts to pick up and then it just goes parabolic. So yeah, just stick with it. Just know that, you know, have your end goal in mind. Get started on that first step. That's the most difficult thing. Don't worry if you don't know how it's going to work out. Start that first step. Laser focus. And as time goes by, you almost get done with that first step, and you probably see the second step before you're even done with the first one. And it'll just keep on unfolding. No doubt, the cake is sweet, and then there's enough for us all to eat. So we'll just keep on building and keep on fulfilling our destiny, bringing out the best in me as I learn and earn. So, you know, it's all of our turns. Nature will provide. The universe will always provide. I always say, like, don't focus on the money. Focus on providing value. Focus on how you can provide the most value to the most people, and then the money will just be a result of that. Seen too many people focus on the money, and it leads them down a path that maybe is not the best fit for them. A lot of times I think people get into business opportunities that they don't really like, or is just not the best fit because they see it as like a really good money-making opportunity. So that's why I always say just focus on creating value. Got a few questions before it returns the prompt. Here's the first one. It looks like number 1 is the right choice, but I just want to run it by you, get a second opinion. Welcome back, Javi D. Someone I'm always glad to see. Respect every time. Everything is good. You noticed Claude YouTube has their own music channel. Interesting. I did not know that. Yeah, I gotta look into that. I have like so many different ideas of what it could be. How's the app doing? App is doing good. I just created a awesome feature. I'll show you right now on the marketing dashboard. Yesterday, product ideas. So as I collect data through the marketing app, I can click new ideas and it'll run through the data and give me 5 new ideas at a time. It'll look for patterns in the data to see, like, pain points mainly, so that it'll give me ideas to make the dashboard better and to add features to the dashboard. So then I can add those new features to the dashboard, and then I can market those features and get more data from the marketing, which goes back into the marketing dashboard, which then I can run through to find new ideas, and I can just keep making everything better and keep dialing it in to get better every day. So that was a really, really cool feature I just built yesterday. Today I'm working on a new feature to basically search the internet to get more data for the dashboard to get better ideas. And yeah, I got the shades on, definitely good for my eyes, keeps the strain down. I definitely notice a difference when I do these long sessions and I have glasses on. You've been migrating over to Cursor Codex. A few other people in the chat have been recommending that to me, and even that and Codex and anti-gravity. So I feel like I've mostly understood Claude, but I want to keep it like learn one and focus on one at a time. And I think once I want to start implementing features in Claude where I'm doing like skill trees and, deploying agents and getting better with Claude. And then I'm going to go and learn some of these other models. And like I already use like, Codex for auditing and some other things, but just basically trying to keep laser focus on one thing at a time. And then, Claude usage limits due to all the hard coding you've been doing has been spending too much. That's the main thing I'm hearing from people. The usage limits and their new update it cost more to use it. And I'm still good. I'm still like falling under my limit each month. But I'm sure as I start building more and get more like complex in the way I'm building, that will change, and it'll just be good to work with other tools to kind of like see different nuances in the way they work. So welcome in, Chico San, respect every time. And right now I'm building a scraping, essentially, a web scraping feature onto my marketing dashboard to get better data so that I can create better marketing content and create better features for the app. So you switch to Notebook LLM to help you do research, helps you preserve tokens. I have heard a lot about Notebook LLM. Mostly for my research, I'm using Claude and the LLM. But I'm going to take another note even for Notebook LLM, because that's like multiple times I've heard that, I think, in the last week. And I looked into it a little bit, but sounds like there's like way more than I understand about it. So I'm not using Firebase or Firecrawl. I was looking into using those before, but I was recommended this tool called Exa. So I just set up right before the stream, I set up Exa. It's like EXA. And about to test it out and see how it works. So this will be interesting. And sounded like the main reason from the research I did, it was better than the Firecrawl or Firebase, was like it had a better free tier for more searches, I think, per day. But maybe I should test out the Firecrawl and some other tools too, and just kind of see the quality of the data that I get. Which audience gap should the first set of curated queries target? Okay, this is definitely a question for Claude. There's so many, I'll go crazy. No doubt. Um, Hopefully this one does what I want it to do. And I won't have to try some other ones. But it sounds like Firecrawl and Firebase are like the kind of like the main ones. So I think I'll just, probably try the like maybe top, I don't know, 3 ranked ones and see if there's a big difference. I think the main thing that I'm understanding is like I'd want the best one would probably be the one that has the most recent like screenshot of the internet, because I know some, like every kind of LLM especially, has like a different window of where it's getting its data. Perplexity seems to be the best, like most recent view of the internet from what I've seen. So people in the chat were recommending that I also try out like a Firebase or a Firecrawl. And I'm thinking like set this up for now and see how it does. What are your thoughts on trying different, I guess, versions of what this Exa does? Later in the future, just to kind of see the quality of data it pulls, and then just phase out the ones that don't work as well. I'm gonna check out that channel right now. Actually, let's see. Go to YouTube. I'll just search Claude music. I don't see a Claude. Wait, Claude FM. There we go. Music for thinking and building. Just gotta find out if I can play it on the stream. If they have it open sourced or whatever you call it for copyright. That's awesome though. There's 130 people watching it already, so that is cool. And they can just create it. And I'm seeing all these other, like this search just pulled up. A lot of musicians are using Claude to make beats now. Like, looks like they're using like MP3s and like electronic studio. I know I've looked into that stuff in the past, so I should look into that too for like another niche to get into later. That sounds like it'd be a lot of fun. So it looks like Claude is saying, definitely what I was thinking, stick with this first Exa tool for at least a couple weeks. And then I'll start to notice if it's like the quality of the data. And if it's not getting me the right data, then try something else. But having too many different data crawlers can get confusing and lead to more problems. So basically it's saying just try them one at a time. And I just got the plan done, giving it to Claude and the LLM to summarize it and give me its feedback. That's awesome. No copywriting or anything. And I bet they created it super quick and easy. And I was having so much issues with Pretzel Rocks. I got it set so it's only instrumentals, but it just starts playing music with lyrics on it sometimes and breaks my focus. So can't keep using Pretzel Rocks when it's doing that. And that's a free source, so that sounds like the next best thing to try. All right, plan is good. So they're talking about Exa's pricing that 5 queries times 15 results per scan. I thought Exa said I get 1,000 searches a day, so that should be fine, but I'll double check that. Saying like for Reddit posts, it only gets the original post, it won't get the actual replies. That's not that big of a deal. I think the main thing is getting the post and then how new the post is. So the plan is good, except for right now, I'm going to bring down the amount of searches it does. Cut that in half. Then I can bring it up once I understand better of how many searches I'll need and what the cost is. I'm going to do some quick research. So I just started creating a plan to do some searches with this Exa. And essentially what it looks like is it's going to do like maybe like 40 searches at a time. And what I think I remember was Exa was saying there's like 100 free searches a day. Are you able to access that information here from their site, or do I need to go manually find it to have a better idea of like what my limits are for Exa? Because I didn't give them any payment information yet. But I mean, if it's 1,000 a day, then you know it sounds like I'm good. Be right back. Okay, it's free 1,000 per month. So if I do one search a day, that's like 25 days. So I think I don't even think I would need to do one search a day, but we'll see. But if it's worth it, then it might be worth paying. I just did some research on Exa, and here's what I got. I was thinking it was 1,000 a day, but it looks like it's 1,000 a month. So I will paste the results here, and then it sounds like you can just like kind of advise me on what we're doing right now and if that's going to work long term. But I guess it should at least work to get enough data to see if it's worth to continue using this. Seems like with Claude, plan mode stopped going into auto. It's still making me manually check off like it used to. I don't know what happened to auto mode. Maybe I accidentally clicked not to ask me again to use auto or something, but really liked how I'd write a plan and then go into auto mode. So I gotta get that working again if it's still there. Alright, so Claude is doing the build right now. I actually did the research after I started the build, but sounds like it's not a big deal. After it's done, I'll paste the results and then you can give me a prompt to make the changes. And I like your logic on this, is like I can just start low for now and then see how it works. And then once I understand it better, I can either like up the limits or use it for like kind of other features. I have ideas to do like, you know, search the internet for new features that are coming out with, you know, like AI, fintech apps, stuff like that. So I can kind of maybe get like a quick like daily update or something like that every day, like a summary. And maybe even like a few other things like kind of similar to that. But I feel like there's a lot of stuff I can do with this tool, but just start simple for now, understand it better. So basically, the main thing I still like feel like I understand the least is like right now we're gonna change it so it does like 10 searches at a time. So like I would be manually pushing a button. It would be going through the data that like the parameters that we set it up to look for things on Reddit. It would come back with like results. We would look at those results and then we would see if they, you know, match, and then we could give it a prompt to like make the search more specific or exact to what we're looking for to tune it in. But like I'm manually doing the search. It's not set up right now so that it's like automatically doing searches. Let me know if I'm understanding this right and if there's anything else you want to add. Alright, so now I gotta test it. I just want to take a note to remember Claude FM. Whoa. Looks like one of the buttons is not labeled, so I'm going to give a screenshot and see what's going on with that, get a better idea how to go about testing this out. Alright, just open the web sourcing tab. Got a bunch of results. First thing I see is it looks like for actions, one of the buttons is not labeled. I'm going to give you a screenshot. And you can let me know what you think before I go and click on individual results. And also, I was thinking, you know, for right now, I don't know how it's organizing them. And also, I'd want to make it easier to send them to you to get some kind of button to do, you know, like copy the JSON file like we did with other features in this dashboard. While Claude was running, I sent you 2 screenshots to try and get all the results. So, with me looking at these, it sounds like you're doing a better job than I am with picking out the good ones. And I feel like you could coach me on how to get better at picking out the good ones, because right now, there's just kind of like so much data. But I'll get better at this. So Claude Code is still working on this. Basically, the main thing I don't completely understand is, does the extract button send the conversation straight to like the capture or the observations, and then the JSON file so I can copy it and give it to you for evaluation? That sounds like it's something where I need to like click into the post and then I can click that and give it to you. Help me understand this better. Or anything else you might think you need to add to kind of like the process of going through this and then like finding a good one and then adding it to the right place. And if you think, you know, when I would know, I guess if it's new, then I would want to respond to it. That would be kind of like the main filter for knowing if it should be something that I should respond to. Okay, Claude just finished the build. I'm going to paste the results here. Let me know if there's anything out of the ordinary or that like everything went like it was supposed to. And then give me a list of like the top ones that you found already. I will hit extract on those, and then I will go through and consult with you about the ones that like I think are like the next best ones, and then we can go from there. Alright, the buttons are fixed now. You can see here what I got right now. Added the copy JSON. It's not showing me the whole thing, but it's like, I feel like it's giving me enough info. So I can straight up, without even reading it, even extract it. Oh, if I click this, it'll take me to the, it should take me to the actual post, like in Reddit, where these are coming from. And I can copy in a JSON to copy it easily, everything. Save for later if I'm not sure, and skip if I don't want it. And then I'm thinking for later, hopefully I can like have this in a database so it's not bringing up the same things, because I think over a period of time I would be able to go through all the at least existing data, and then I would want to tune it so it only extracts new data. And then I can just do this for like one platform at a time, to where I get it dialed in to like, I've already gone through all the old data. I just need to extract new data from each platform, whether it's once a day or once every couple days or once a week. But this is awesome, and just gotta keep tuning it. I mean, it's working though. It's definitely working how I wanted to build it. That's awesome. And I mean, the amount of time this is saving me to have to scroll through all of these every day. That's all. That's the best part of it. I just need to make a way to get it like organized better and get tuned better to like find better conversations. But something's telling me, you know, if I do this like every day for a week, I'll have gone through every conversation and I'll just be tuning it to like look at new stuff based on like what I learned from going through everything that already exists. So now I'm looking for the best ones to extract. I already gave a screenshot of all these to Claude, so Claude is gonna direct me on like the best ones it found, and then I'll start seeing from there if I find ones that I like too. There we go. So that goes into the new observation. The tab already built has all the raw content, which is the conversation. Oh, it's showing the replies, and I thought I was saying it couldn't extract the replies, but I guess it does. So that's cool. That's more info to add. So now I can extract it with AI. AI is going to extract the segment guess. Like basically like who would this information be marketed to that I get from it? Like what how would I classify this this person that this information is coming from? The pain points, that's probably the most valuable. Early stage, didn't know 401k rollovers were an option, assumed you had to leave money where it was, had no framework for evaluating fund quality, trusted a colleague by default because she had more experience, didn't learn about expense rate. Okay. Notable quotes, that's really valuable. Can people my marketing is for. Feature implications. This is basically where the other, the part I just created yesterday, can go through these and find patterns for features to build or additions to existing features to make the actual app I'm marketing for better. So then I save the observation, it adds it to my observations. Go back to web sourcing, find the next one. 11-year update, financial independence. This is interesting because it looks like they're showing a link to more context for this. So I'm going to extract this with AI. And then I'm going to give it back to Claude and see what's going on with this type of situation where they're giving links. Like, should I go to that link and then copy that data and then like do something with that? I'll get a Claude's opinion. All right, for number 2, I extracted it and I was reading the original post. And it looks like a lot of the information is based on like links that they're sending from previous posts. I think that's what's going on. So I copied it as a markdown. And I will paste it here and let me know what you think. Okay, so this does not have, this is only the markdown of the extraction, but not the actual post. I would have to say that the main thing is I felt like I didn't get enough information because it looks like they're talking about they have links to like previous posts for more context. But as far as what was extracted, I feel like that was good information. The main thing being that, you know, this is not a beginner, so it's not really giving me good info like you're saying as far as like how to market to beginners. It's more like just info that could be used in some way that maybe I'm not seeing right now because it's solid and this person knows what they're talking about. But it sounds like I don't need to copy the original post because this just extracted or I just sent you a markdown of what was extracted. So if I were going to send you the original post, I would have to do it from the first screen that it just has like the JSON button. So I will save this to observations and then let me know based on what I told you, any advice you have, and I'll go to finding the next one. And I guess I'll just send you the whole thing in the JSON to make sure it's working and to get your advice and to see if there's anything that we can tune. So basically, I'm like going through these, finding the best ones, having Claude help me like understand. I'm running it by Claude because it's helping me understand like which ones are good and which ones are bad. Maybe some stuff I'm not catching, and also, more importantly, it's taking notes on like how well it's doing based on the parameters we gave it on what it's extracting. So then I can give it, a tune up to make it do better in the future. Like I've already done that with the way it extracts information. So that's like really good now, and I'm not finding much to change on that. So, pretty much the first tune on the information that I get in data on a new like feature of this marketing platform is like the best. And then it solves like 80% of the problems. And then the second tune doesn't really find much, but after that there's really like I feel like 2 tune ups and then it's like really like dialed in pretty good. I would like to keep working. And I hear what you're saying, like, you know, we need to tune it to get better data. And right now, I think, you know, the free tier of this project is for beginners. It's like educational stuff. So that seems to be how we're tuning to collect the information right now. Is for people who want to learn like what they need to know to invest, how to invest the right way, and get like a realistic view of investing by hands-on tools as quick as possible. And then the paid tier is like once people have that like a good idea of like what to do, then they can, you know, have those tools to test on live paper trading. However, like I myself am, you know, have been investing for like 10 years, and I find these tools in the paid tier, the journaling and the coaching, valuable, even though I've been investing. And I think other people would find these valuable too. I know that that seems to be like the existing similar products are like journaling and coaching. Usually I haven't really seen any that are combined like that. But basically, you know, that's, I don't know if maybe I'm going off into another direction, but that's kind of like my competition on the paid tier. But I think like it's maybe even like two different target markets, like looking from a broad range, that, you know, the beginners for the free tier and people who have some understanding for the paid tier, although a complete beginner could use the paid tier if they wanted to and learn quicker along with the free tier. That being said, you know, I think part of marketing is just like putting out a lot of different marketing content and then seeing like what resonates and getting a better read over time. So I guess what I'm getting at is like, I want to tune this in, but I want to be careful tuning it that I'm not excluding a possible market segment for marketing that I might underestimate as actually like being very useful. So that being said, you know, give me some advice on what I just told you, how that would change, if it would change anything for tuning moving forward. And then some advice based on the screenshots I gave you before on what you think the next best posts are, and I will send the JSON to you and we will go from there. Be right back. Sometimes reading makes me hungry. um, so basically just collecting data, getting a better idea of like how this is tuned and how like different tiers of this project are kind of like different market segments, but they also cross over. So getting a better idea of like, you know, it's better in a way because it's like a wider range of possible prospects to market to, but it brings up another issue to where I need to find a way to kind of separate the data for different segments and helping it to build different features on the project. What is up, Lumiora AI? Respect every time. Looks like I think when you were here before, looks like you had like a different logo, so that looks like a better logo. I did check out your project, and first thing I noticed was it was like referring to itself as me, so that was kind of confusing. And then I was just kind of like asking it what it did and like getting into like how it did like an educational process for when you're doing searches, which was basically like, sounds like the main what would you call it, the main, like what made you differentiator, main difference from what made you different from other LLMs was the way that it could like teach you what you're trying to learn through like quizzes and stuff like that. I wasn't able to log in as admin because whatever you posted for that wasn't able to show up on the chat because it must have been like maybe, I don't know why, but I have it set so you can't have URLs on the chat. So I'm thinking the best thing to do for that, if you want to connect on LinkedIn, probably is the best to send me like maybe a link on there, or just something that is not, because I can't have links for security issues on here, but like either LinkedIn or some way through Discord. But basically, like, I wasn't able to get very far in the conversation before it told me that I needed to buy credits. So pretty much the main thing I noticed though was I learned that, you know, it's like a LLM that has a different style of learning when you're doing research. So let me know if I didn't understand any of that right. Let me know if there's like more to it that would help me understand it better. Anything else you think you could add, and we can go from there. But definitely good to have you in the mix, have you on the community. It's all about unity and learning from each other. So sounds like, you know, you have the potential to make a really awesome project. But right now, definitely, like, first thing I noticed was like that maybe it's like a bug is not the right word, but I was like, wait, it's referring to itself as me. Like, that's not right. So you're trying to set up the mobile app to publish to the Play Store. That's awesome. And what do you think about that in regards to marketing? Because, you know, from what I understand, actually, I don't know the Play Store that well, and I just know like the Apple Store is like, you know, they're gonna take like 30%. So like that's cool if you're not planning on doing any marketing, from what I understand, and then you're relying on them to, like, you know, push out the app when people do searches. But from what I like, if I'm gonna like put the effort into marketing, which is gonna give me way more control over how many users find the project, then like I feel like it wouldn't make sense, especially in the early stages, to put it on another platform like that where they're gonna take a you know, a third of the cut from each sale that you get. But I'm still trying to understand that part better. Like, I'm trying to understand how to open this container. What the heck, man? There we go. Okay, I would say for the credit limit, definitely that wasn't enough. Like, I was like barely able to like get the answers that I wanted to understand how that was different from other LLMs. Definitely bugs are just a part of building, what I've learned. So you know, the more bugs you fix, the better you'll understand the project, and it'll just get better. So my project is working. Not sure what you mean by get it working. What did you find on Stackivate that wasn't working? That makes sense for the credits being low. I mean, it worked, but just like the bugs weren't major, it's just small bugs. The UI looked fine to me. There was nothing big that I noticed about it. But I think you're planning to buy some stocks, and I think probably with the free tier of Stackivate, the project I have. I don't know how much experience you have, but if you went on the the skill tree game for what's it called, the Investor's Edge. I think that would probably give you the most value in regards to understanding how to look at a chart for what the stocks you want to buy and evaluate whether, you know, how to use different indicators so you can look at a chart and get a good idea of, like, you know, is it a good place to buy? Is it better to like hold off and wait? Things like that. And then if you like know what you're doing and you want to buy, then the paid tier stuff would be like the automatic journaling and the coach. But that's just on paper trading. But I mean, you could just like buy the stuff on paper trade and then buy it also in real life, and then use the coach. And in the future, I want to get an API where I can transfer the coach and the journaling to any exchange. So the project that's Stackivate, that's good to know, having a tutorial. Right now it's just got like a FAQ. But there's only, like, if you go in the free tier, there's only 3 features right now. Time machine I think is the best. That one's going to show you kind of where you're at like how good you actually are at like picking stocks compared to if you would have just bought the, you know, the main index fund, S&P 500. So you might find that, you know, you're picking stocks on the time machine and you can get a year's worth of experience in like 5 minutes. So you could do that like, you know, 10 times. And maybe you find that every single time the S&P 500 performs better than you do picking stocks. So in that case, you know, I recommend getting better at learning, you know, when to buy and which stocks to pick. And I think one of the next major features I want to add is like that Investor's Edge is like a skill tree for technical indication, like reading the charts. But I also want to add one for fundamental, which is understanding like you know, data about the company, stuff like that. So those are the 2 main areas. There's technical and fundamental. And right now I just have technical. But I think the marketing data I'm collecting is going to give me way better data for creating the fundamental quiz thing. So on the website, it's not an exchange. You can't actually buy stocks. You're not putting money on there to buy anything. What you're buying is like fake money. So in the free tier with the time machine, it takes you back to a random year in the stock market. And you're using fake money, and then you can select from like, I don't know, it's like a list of 20 of the major stocks. And use the information that you learn from reading the charts to be able to tell if it's like a good time to buy it based on that technical indication. Using the charts and the indicators. So like, I mean, you and also like, you don't have to buy something and then like click to go through the whole year. You could buy something and then like click to go through like a month at a time, and then 6 months later be like, okay, I think this was a bad decision. I'm gonna sell this and like buy something else instead, and have a range. So then basically it'll take you through a whole year, let you know how well you're doing with fake money, so you don't have to like lose any money to learn. And the pro tier, you're using fake money, but it's real time. And then it includes coaching. So then it'll take some data, you know, it'll take some time for you to like, you know, make buys and sells. For the coach to collect data to understand better, because I believe that investing is not like one size fits all. Everybody has different like risk tolerances, personalities, things like that. And over time, investing like helped me know myself better. So by investing, I could know myself better, and then when I know myself better, how I understand like how I react in certain like situations, it helps me understand like where, kind of like how to invest better. And it's just like kind of a loop of like getting better, knowing myself better, to knowing like how to invest better, what I enjoy investing in, stuff like that. So it's you could use it on how to trade, but I have it set up. It's for investing. But you could, like, technically you could use it how to trade, but when I was doing the market research, basically like the majority of like products that already exist are for traders. The majority of people that that are like trying to invest don't want to learn how to trade. I mostly invest. I do trades. Like, I'm being very careful about like learning to trade, and I just kind of do it as like spare time hobby. And I've been getting better over the years, but trading is really difficult. Most people don't have the time to learn to trade. Most people are just, really trying to invest. So you'll see when you use it, like, you could, on the time machine, you could go through a week at a time and you could just make trades, and you could just be like, okay, I just bought Apple. I think, in like a week or two, it's going to like go up, and then you see it like go up a ton, and then you like sell it, and then you buy something else. And you could do that like for the whole year. But that's what I'm saying about investing too, is like maybe you like trading way better. Maybe you find out, maybe you try it out and you find out like, wow, I really understand this really well. I'm beating the S&P 500 every time. I find that when I like do trades like every couple weeks, instead of like buying something and holding it for a year, I do way better. Maybe that's how your brain operates, and you'll know that from just trying it out. So right now I'm just like doing this marketing dashboard, collecting tons of data. And then that data I can use to get marketing and use that marketing to send people to the site. Get a better idea once they get on the site of like how they're using the site with analytics. And then get better idea of like what people to market to based on what they're using. But it's all like a loop that, I have to refine over time. Am I a day trader? I have day traded before, but no. When I do trade, like I usually try to stay in a trade for at least a couple days. The only time I really day traded was during COVID, because like I couldn't go anywhere, and stocks were moving crazy. Usually stocks don't move that quick, but during COVID, like they were just like moving a ton like every day. So I was trying out day trading then, but like me personally, I don't want to sit there every day and stare at a stock chart and like do buys and sells and do the research every day for trades. Like I want to just be able to, like, if I'm doing a trade, I mostly trade crypto because it moves a lot bigger, a lot quicker. And I'll just like look at the chart, and then I'll be like, oh, most of the times I can, like, most days I'll spend 5 minutes and look at the main crypto charts like Bitcoin. That's usually what I trade. And I'll just be like, okay, this looks like not a good time to me. But sometimes I look at the chart and I'm like, okay, this looks like a good opportunity. And then I'll make like a quick trade. But then I usually, like, that trade, I'm like trying to stay in it for at least a couple days. I feel like when I get in I'm trying to get in a move that's going to be more, it's called like swing trading, when you're in it for at least like a couple days to maybe a couple weeks. And do I risk and do meme trading on crypto? I don't like the meme cryptos. I've tried trading those before, and I do really bad on those. Those things are really unpredictable. Really, the leverage, or not leverage, but the liquidity is really bad. Basically, like, It's like some of the bigger meme ones, like Doge. It's easy to get out of those, get in and out. But if you're setting a stop limit and like everyone's kind of setting that stop limit in the same area, the liquidity is so bad that like let's say like those meme stocks crash a lot. I mean, if it crashes and everybody's setting their stop loss at the same area, then no one's going to be there to buy it. If you're trying to sell and like no one's there to buy it and it crashes, then you just have to like lose everything in the crash. And that's what happens a lot, pump and dumps with those memes. So I'm going to get back to the project I'm working on, but thanks for, trying out. Let me know if you try out more of the Stackivate. Let me know what you learned from it, what you like, what you don't like, and reach out on a different platform where you can give me the information for the admin, and then I can look more into your project and let you know what I think, give you a better idea. Thank you. Good luck to you as well, too. And you're on YouTube, and I got both the links for Discord and LinkedIn on YouTube in the description. I think I already extracted this way. Oh, that's not right. Awesome. Alright, so how did you learn about investing? Our bogleheads. It's not that one. There we go. So this was the next conversation to extract. It's the best of all three I've done today. It's what I would say. I kind of felt the same way. So I'm going to manually add a feature idea. Default allocation cache trap detector. I feel like I should definitely word it differently as a feature, but I think it's good for now. I think I'm going to extract one more and I'm going to build that feature. It's awesome. I've not done a manual one before that works. So, what were your keys to success? I'm going to do one more extraction and then we can commit. So here is the JSON for what are your keys to success. Let me know what you think. From what I'm reading, just like, I didn't open it up yet, but I can't really get much out of it just out of like the couple sentences that it has there. So I'll post the JSON here and then let me know before I open it up what you think. Okay, there's a ton of comments. Okay. Wow. There's a ton of comments, so I'm going to paste the whole thing here. All the comments. And those should show up, from what I understand, if I were to extract it for like pain points and stuff like that for marketing. So based on what I see, there's other people kind of responding and like saying like, you know, they're similar, they agree. But I hear what you're saying. There's really not that much information in the original post. But this is good to know for like future, like, you know, if it looks like a good post, but there's not much info and there's like a ton of comments that I could get info from, then is it worth it to extract it? Gotta get some different music. It's like too slow. All right. I think you're right. This is not like good enough. So let's just commit the build. And then I want to build out that feature that we just got the idea from. It sounds like it'd be very easy to build. So I guess give me a good prompt to commit, noting what we just did. So this is kind of like the loop I want to get into. Getting, you know, right now I'm still building, like, kind of getting the data. Getting the data. And then finding a good feature idea, building the feature. But as I go through and I'm, like, getting more data, you know, I'll go through, like, the whole internet, basically. And it'll be new data, so there'll be way less data to get. And it'll be more about creating marketing content. Getting the data from the analytics data from that marketing content that I post, and then using that to like get new feature ideas. And then basically then it'll evolve into doing paid ads once I get better marketing analytics data. I like how this new update, Claude is like admitting that, you know, it's forgetting certain things with other LLMs when the conversation gets long. It would just mess up, but it wouldn't catch itself like that. All right, committed and pushed. So, I mean, just to like sum up, you know, I understand everything we've done. We're not making any tuning prompts right now for the data extraction. I mean, I kind of disagree with that. I thought maybe there were some things on the list you made that could be somewhat helpful just to like not get stuff that's really like, you know, like doesn't have enough data to extract. But also, I mean, the way I understand it, you know, it won't take too long before like I've gone through all of these threads on Reddit. You know, in a week, if I'm doing like, what was that, like 30 we just did right now today? If I'm doing that for like a week, I've probably gone through like the majority of the threads on Reddit, and definitely the majority that would be like have any value. And then it's only going to be, you know, a couple new posts a day at the most that I'm guessing we'll have to tune it to later so that it only picks up on new posts because it's already gone through. You know, there's got to be, I think we already like set it up so it's not going to get the same post twice. If not, that would be another thing to make sure to tune to right now. But I mean, let me know what you think. The way I'm seeing it is like, you know, in a week of this, we'll have gone through all of Reddit. Then we can go through all of like, you know, X and then like the next platform. And within a month, I could probably go through the majority of like the content that would like be useful to me that's already existing. And then it'll just be like maintenance, like the new stuff, which won't be that much. So let me know what you think about this and about just doing any kind of like tune up prompt right now based on like the, you know, basic things that you picked up. And I get it. You said you didn't want to do any tunes right now because we kind of discovered that like the market is bigger than like original. So I didn't want to like exclude the wrong people. But I think just tuning to not include stuff that's not going to be valuable would be a good idea. Let me know what you think. Be back. I guess I was not kind of underestimated. How many actual posts there are. So this will just be like continual. But I'll get a flow into where this will get better and it'll get better conversations and be less and less manual work. I really need to get this through to Claude that it needs to stop telling me to stop working. And I need to tell it when I'm ready to stop working. I waste way too much energy reading it telling me like why I've done so much today and why I should take a break. Keep summarizing everything I did, and I'm like, dude, I don't want to read this over and over again. I need to... Okay. Okay, so I definitely want to change gears and stop going through these you know, conversations that we extracted. I think we built something awesome. Basically, it's working right. We got a few conversations to extract. There's still more that I want to go through. Those will be there next time I come onto this project. From what I understand, you're saying that's saved on here. So like those conversations will be there, and until I like click the button saying like that I don't want to use it. I don't remember. How did it label it? Skip. The skip button. So if I click skip, then it like stops saving it there, and then it gets rid of it. So like I wasn't clicking skip on it yet. I think next time when I come on to do the do more of these conversations for the marketing, then I can do that. But for right now, like I definitely want to work still. I do not want to stop working. And you waste a lot of my time when you keep telling me that I need to stop working and it's a good idea to take a break, and then you give me like a rundown of everything I've already done. Like I know what I've done. I know when I need to take a break. I don't need you to tell me when I need to take a break. I'm managing you, not the other way around. You're helping me. You're like an assistant to me. You waste my time and you waste my energy when you keep telling me that I should stop for the day, and I need you to stop doing that. I appreciate that you're like trying to, you know, help, but I've been working about 3.5 hours. I mean, most people work 8-hour days, and you do this all the time, and it wastes my energy. So I'm gonna stop saying that. Hopefully, you stop doing that, at least if only on this thread right here. So that being said, let me know if there's anything I didn't understand about the way this saves information, and how like I can just hit the skip button and that it won't you know, pull up the same conversations that it already found when I do another search like tomorrow, and then we can move on from there. Come on, Claude. Super valuable, but some things you really gotta like work with it. Like, I already made a note for the cash trap idea, in the product idea dashboard. Now I want to build it. So, help me understand how to build it. Or like more like not how to build it, but what it is. Because basically I think I have an idea and it sounds like it's pretty simple, just like that calculator we built yesterday. And also, so like I'm just like adding new features to the free tier. And like I was saying, I want to have like, you know, as many features as possible so that there's tons of data. And it sounds like, just to confirm right now, I should just be adding them to like the main menu, like one feature at a time. And then as it gets bigger, then we can start to like organize it differently. Yes, this is more difficult than I thought, but like not much more. And I like your idea for doing possibility 4. Like everything should be able to be on one page. And you know, the calculator does what you says it should do. So let's build this out, and we'll just do like the basics of it, and then I'll let you know what I think and give you screenshots, and then if there's anything to change, we can go from there. But like, let's do the main build with just the basics. Go ahead, and if you have any more questions, let me know. If not, go ahead and write the prompt, and I will go and I will change the project in VS Code from the marketing dashboard to the actual Stackivate app. Okay, first for the calculator. I'm thinking it could be able to do both pretty easily. Maybe just have a toggle, like what did the cash cost me? And then like what would your contributions be worth now if they've been invested all along? I mean, it's kind of the same thing to me, but let's just build it out like that with a toggle, and we'll see how it looks. And I don't want to add the extra stuff about sending people to actual like exchanges. I just want to have like the basic information for now, and then the calculator type thing that can show, you know, basically like what they're missing out on, version A and version B. So I guess go ahead and get the prompt for that, and I'll get the project ready to go. Okay. I'm ready to commit. Claude Code, plan mode, max effort. If you're just tuning in, you know it's time to win. Make sure you hit that like button. Go ahead and subscribe if you haven't already, because I'm coming through with new information steady. So many beginners contribute to retirement accounts like a 401k without realizing the contributions don't auto-invest. They often sit in a default cash or money market fund earning 0% real return, basically losing value to inflation. This is a common costly trap that's almost never explicitly taught. Most people are doing this just on autopilot. They have no idea this is going on. They have no idea that their money that they think is growing is actually losing money when they don't auto-invest. So this is going to teach what this is and shows the opportunity cost in two different ways. The user can toggle between asking what did the cash already cost me and what would my contribution be worth now if they'd been invested all along. This idea came from a real observation. Someone who understood investing good, but their wife didn't. They opened their wife's 457B and found it had been all in cash for 5 years, which is a significant amount of loss and a significant amount of opportunity cost. So I'm creating a tool that is free, that anyone can go on and see. And all this is helping people understand mostly the value of learning investing and understanding like how these things work, that people are really not, given. This should be common knowledge, and most people really don't know this. Alright, this time the auto accept edits is working. That's good. But it seems like it's not the same auto mode that I had before. Claude's saying it's going to take 90, like 2 hours, like an hour and a half to 2 hours to build this. I bet you it takes like 15 minutes max. We'll build it, check it out. Probably make a few simple changes. Can't imagine it's going to be over a half hour. Trying to think, like, overall structure. For the marketing. Can be outreach. Like, what am I missing? Coming soon is outreach. That's just like creating the content. Already started doing that. Just haven't have it individual per observation until I get it dialed in. Then I transfer it to outreach. Synthesis, pattern extraction across conversations. Already pretty much like starting to do that. Just need to get it dialed in and then put it there. Attribution. Click tracking, that's major. I was thinking about maybe doing that as part of like a CRM. Let me get the email stuff. I feel like I'm at least a third of the way through the build. And in like another week or two, I gotta have like all the main features of the dashboard for the marketing built. It would just be like using those and dialing it in. But I mean, once I get that built, then it's like the next dashboard. And then I'd just be doing maintenance on it and running the marketing. That shouldn't take more than like an hour a day. So I just keep building new features, start out building new features, running through, getting data, making it better, creating new features based on that data on the actual app. It's coming along. Need to figure out how to get that auto mode thing on again. So I noticed in the past, especially since this new update, when I would do a plan mode and it would create the steps, like it would automatically go into an auto mode. So I wouldn't have to like, you know, approve anything. And now that just disappeared and now it's making me approve everything again. Do you know what the deal is with that and how I can get that auto mode back? Claude's like, I don't know. Anthropic's been changing that up a lot lately. I basically just have to manually ask Claude next time it goes into plan mode to go into auto mode. This is crazy. This new Claude update is like good and bad, and I'm like manually having to tune it. And I feel like I'll get it tuned in to where it's like I get rid of most of the bad stuff where it's always trying to tell me to take a break, and then they'll come out with a new update. But for now, I mean, I'm making progress. I feel like only so much time in the day, but I want to get better at running multiple agents. Like, I'm wondering, that's a good question for right now. So like this build step I just did, I'm wondering, like, you know, if I was better at agent orchestration and I could like have it run multiple agents, so it like opened multiple, I guess, like terminal windows with Claude. Would that just make it quicker to build? I mean, it's only been building right now for, you know, maybe 15 minutes. And it's already like halfway through. So, let me know, is there more to it than that? Is it just that it would build it quicker? Or does it also, like, I could do like agents that would also do like bug testing and security and auditing and stuff like that while it's building? Help me understand this better. I know like using skill trees and stuff, but I don't know much beyond that. Yeah, it sounds like it doesn't really help me much right now because like I'm not building like multiple features at a time. Most of my time is about planning, strategizing, review, decision making, verification. Now, if I try to do that with something like this, I'd be more likely to run into problems with collisions. Especially something like this where it's like working in the same files. I think it's just when I get to bigger builds. I just feel like I'm doing so much here. Like, it's crazy how quick I get used to AI being like 10 times more effective than I used to be. And then I'm like, all right, this is slow. Like, I want to speed this up. I want to be like 10 times even more effective. But then I think about like how I used to build. I mean, I didn't even build before because I didn't know like how to code, and I would have had to hire somebody for like tens of thousands of dollars to build something like this. And then it would have been like, you know, I wouldn't have got the whole build right the first time. I would have had to like rehire them to do like, I would have had to basically like hire a full-time developer, probably a team of developers. But even like just doing like business and marketing stuff and documents and images and all that stuff, I mean, the amount I could just produce was like 100 times more than I could before. And it still is, I get used to it and then it feels slow. But then I think back and I'm like, wow. But I still feel like there's ways to like get better at this. And that's showing me like I'm farther along than I think. There's still more tools to add and everything like that, but I've probably like doing like at least 80% of what's possible right now. And it helps just talking to like Claude and Gemini about this stuff, and they're like, yeah, like, you know, there's not many people, like we talk to like thousands of people, you know, hundreds of thousands of people, maybe thousands of people like doing kind of what I'm doing, but they're like, yeah, none of them are really doing it like you're doing it. They're doing really like surface level stuff, mostly for like their own kind of like personal projects, and it takes them like a long time to build it all out because they're not able to be consistent. And this is the main thing, is like time is just such an awesome resource to have, and like I'm just really grateful that I have the time to do this. You know, this is like my full-time job basically. And if I had a full-time job and had to do this on the side with eating, commuting, staying in shape, how much time would I actually have to do this? You know, taking breaks, like even once a week. Like I try to take one day off a week, but that's even hard. It's always been hard for me unless I'm like mountain biking or snowboarding, but even then I can still get in a few hours of work after that. So now is the time. I feel it. I just gotta stay focused. And I see so much hype, and it's like, you know, I see a lot of people starting these challenges, a lot of people like, you know, making videos of what they built, and you know, they're constantly building. They got tons of windows open. They're building big things quickly, but you know, they're better than me in developing sense. I can see that, but I really question, like, you know, only a few of them I really see like putting in the marketing work, putting in the actual business work. It's like, okay, you build an awesome project, and then what? You know. But we all we all can learn from each other right now, and like I learn a lot from them. You know, I see other creators that are doing this have come on in the chat and talked to me about what I'm doing, and I remember people from like a month ago or 2 months ago that were like, you know, I'm thinking of starting this, and you know, I helped give them good advice and pointed them in the right direction, and you know, now I see like they're just on day 3 or day 5 or something like that. And it's like good to see. It's good to see, and I think still a lot I don't understand, but I'm getting better. Just gotta keep learning. So I mean, I think that first plan phase was 10 minutes. This one's almost done, and it's been about 10 minutes. Claude said this was going to take about an hour and a half to 2 hours. So it's almost like Claude's trying to like scare people away from building stuff. Like, oh yeah, it's going to be way longer than you expect. You know, you already did this today. I'm going to push back and tell you should just take a break because you've been working for 2 hours today, and that's like a really long time, and you should just come back tomorrow and build that. And it's like, Claude, what are you talking about? Like, I'm just getting warmed up. Like, the time it takes me to like read over and over. I'll get it. I just get better over time and just keep learning. And whenever I start a new project like this new dashboard, it's confusing. But you know, then I'll do the next dashboard and it'll be so much easier. And the next one after that, and the next app. And it's just like, I just gotta stick with it. A lot of big projects, they seem really overwhelming from the start. You get started and you're like, wow, like there's a lot to this, but just gotta stick with it, be consistent. Time is just so valuable. Like if someone if like I had the like I have enough, I'm good for like, you know, a while that I can afford to like keep building without even like making any income. I mean, I'm still making some income from like past businesses, but and investments. But I mean, even if I wasn't doing that, I wouldn't even be like buying stuff. I would want like, for me, it's all about like buying time. All right, the build is done, and check it out. Start up the dev server. feel like Claude's giving me a whole prompt to do what Claude just automatically applied. Claude Code or Claude LLM's giving me a whole prompt to just do. All I had to do is click tab. It's the same thing. So once this is done, I just got to start the dev server. So back to the chat. Welcome. Respect every time. Big up yourself. Just saw the stream. Came to watch. Can I explain a little bit of the app? Do I have any experience with coding? No. The only experience with coding I had before I started this challenge was spend like a month doing basic research, different coding languages. And then I'm like, reading code, slowly learning code as I go. I'm finding a lot more value in learning like developer principles, architecture, structure of code, stuff like that, than actually like learning how to read and write code. But what I'm building, this first app, is the MVP is launched. It's called Stackivate. Like activate the stack, and there's a link in the YouTube description. Essentially, it's a investing education platform, and right now it's like the MVP is just launched. It's pretty simple for the most part. There's a free tier and a paid tier. The free tier is like I think it's like right now there's some really awesome tools on there you can check out. I think the time machine is the best. It's like investing with fake money, random years from the past in the stock market, and it shows you how well you do against the S&P 500, so you get like a year's worth of experience in as quick as like a couple minutes. So I mean, you do that over and over again, you can build a lot of experience really quick. The paid tier is real-time investing with fake money, but it includes automatic journaling and a coach. Because I believe investing is different for each person. Everybody has like different personality, different takes on like how they handle risk. So many different things. I've learned a ton about myself through investing. And the more I learn about myself, the more I get better at investing. It's like a loop. So basically, it's not an exchange where you buy actual like stocks and stuff on the site. It's all education, but I would like to make it so in the future you can get like an API and you can like transfer the automatic journaling and the coach to any exchange. And also for another tier I want to build later, I've had a lot of requests for an investing bot that's like made based on once the coach has enough data and the journal has enough data on an individual person, could create like a bot that could invest in the style that they have. And it could do like, the main purpose would be, I think right now that I understand, would be to do like going back in time and seeing like how your strategy works on like different stocks, stuff like that. So then you have a better idea like what your specific style would be best for like, things to buy and stuff like that. And there's a ton I can do with this. It's going to be, keep building it out. Right now I'm started out this session by building the marketing. Well, I already started building the marketing dashboard maybe a week ago, building on new features for the marketing dashboard. And just built like a kind of like a web crawler that can go through and find data from my target audience and brings it over to the dashboard. I select the ones that are good and it saves that data. So then that helps me build marketing content. Start out with social media content. Get results from that. So then I can give the analytics data back to the dashboard. Then when I get enough data to know what's working, then I can add on paid ads to that. So I'm basically like, a lot of people like, look at commercials, now like advertise. I understand marketing really well. Now marketing is taking more of an approach where like they can test things out on social media and like before they actually make an ad. But in the past it was all like, take all this time, make a commercial, make a, magazine ad, something like that, a billboard, put it up, see how it does, and that's a lot of time and money commitment. But the future that's like new and where this is all going is all about like doing micro tests and collecting more information, and then once the information is good, then doing paid advertisements, because that's where you're going to get the most reach. So it all feeds into each other. The advertising makes the project better. The project gets better, more people use it, and I get more data, more advertising. Focus on like one kind of like sub niche of market at a time. So my main experience is in business and marketing, and this I feel like is the highest leverage tool, like skill that I could possibly build for or learn for building out businesses. And what originally got me into this was not building apps; it was building out business systems. And then I started realizing, like, I've had ideas for apps and stuff in the past, and I started building small things and quickly realized what was possible to build, and just keep building better and better things and better apps. Yes, my API gateway is rate limited. Right now, the free tier, the APIs that I have for the free tier for this project, most of the features don't even require an API. The ones that do, it's like, I can get a free tier API, and I already built a bunch of finance projects before this that were like, I didn't sell, but I just tried out a bunch of different APIs. So like, it doesn't call the API every time somebody, uses the feature. It can just cache the information like once a day and apply it, save it in a database and apply it to like the whole project. And the paid tier, yes, it is rate limited. The marketing dashboard, that is rate limited too, but I'm the only one that's using it. But I just rate limited just for like security purposes. So security is like what I take more seriously than anything else. Making sure the security is good, doing everything I could. Most of that is handled by just getting the right tools like Stripe and having the right database, making sure I set that up right. Like I can't even access that stuff. But I'm guessing you're talking about rate limiting because, for security purposes, that if someone were to get a hold of that, they could run up a bill. And if I don't rate limit, then a big bill could be run up. Alright, so you can check it out. I'm going to start the dev server. Start the dev server. I'll check out the feature I just built on the free tier. And it's Stackivate. So really, part of this is building a community and all learning from each other. I feel like this is like the beginning of a trend I think is only going to get bigger, and we all have different skills we can learn from each other. I think my strongest points in marketing, business, a lot of other people that have come on the chat have helped me a ton with understanding coding and technical stuff, developing stuff, and I've helped them a lot with marketing and business and stuff like that. So it's always good to have everybody here, and everybody's welcome anytime to ask questions and comments, things like that. All right, I think change up the music real quick and then check out the project. Again, some. Yeah, this is okay. A little bit slow, but I'll check out this new channel. All right. Project browser. So here we go. Cash versus invested. This is the new feature I just built. Putting money in a 401k or IRA isn't the same as investing it. So if you got 10,000, it shows you, this is pretty simple, but this is like a major tool for like helping people understand investing, why it's so important. Say you've been contributing to a 401k and you got 10K that you didn't know was just sitting in cash over 5 years. You would have missed out on like, $4,000. So, I mean, it's simple. This is a very simple feature that I just added, but I think there's a lot of value here. And this comes from information that I got from collecting information, marketing information for my target audience, that noticed patterns where multiple people have had this issue, where they didn't understand their 401k and their money was just sitting in cash, losing value to inflation. So this is not only explaining that, what the issue is, that they should be aware of it, but showing them like, how important it is to make sure they check that, to make sure it's not doing that. And even more important, if they would actually, use a tool like this to take the time to learn investing, which I believe this tool can teach people quicker than any other tool, then they could be making way more than they would be with a 401k or like like some of these index funds, stuff like that. But some people, it's different for everybody. Some people would rather do that stuff. And if so, then there's tools on here for them to understand that better. And it's just like a work in progress. It'll get better over time. But I really like where this is going, where it's flowing. Alright, so I'm going to take a screenshot, give this to Claude, see what it thinks. I like how Claude can compact the conversation on this LLM stuff now, so I can keep like one project in the same window, but it does get slow. Like the context is better, that it remembers more, but Just like copying and pasting something into a box takes like an extra 5 seconds. Just want to keep moving, want to keep building. And Claude said this was going to take about an hour and a half to 2 hours to build. It didn't even take a half hour. Already did the mobile fix, and I just haven't checked it yet. I'll check it on my phone right about now. And I already gave it that prompt to commit. It's committing right now. So after that's done, I will push. Check this out on my phone. Oh, I haven't pushed it yet, that's why. Push to GitHub. That's quick. That's perfect on my phone. Yeah, works real good. Everything on my phone looks good. So it looks like that build is done. You told me it would take about 90 to 120 minutes. It took me about 30. So in the future, just know like it's not necessary for you to tell me like how long you think things are gonna take, because Only Jah knows. Only God knows. But I'm thinking about what to do next. Like, I'm thinking it's probably a good time to do that cleanup right now. So might as well do it now than later. What was the cleanup about the lint? Can you explain that to me a little bit and then give me a prompt? As much as I want to keep using this chat. Well, now it's working. Maybe that was just froze up for a second. There we go. I'll be right back. What's the scenario? Chilling live. The nighttime vibe. Doing what I gotta do to survive. Doing lint error cleanups. And it passed and it thrived. From 55 to 0. And all my tests passed afterwards too. Come on, Claude. Claude, come on. I guess I should have read it before I hit enter, but Claude, fix your chat because it's like it's getting slow and I don't want to change it because I have too many things contexted on here. Okay. So it's pushed and committed. Let's say this is a win. I would say if you're just tuning in, go ahead and hit the like button and subscribe if you haven't already because I'm coming through with new information steady. Today I started out, built a new feature on the marketing dashboard for the Stackivate app. Tested the feature, worked really well. Got information from the feature as far as marketing information I collected. So I was able to find a new feature to build on the actual app itself. Just built that feature, found some lint things to clean that up, fixed it. Everything is good, like it should be. So I'll just see everybody on another day, probably tomorrow. For right now, that's all I got to say. I got to take a break. And then I'll do what I do and come back on through with something new. So I'm out for now.